Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? Let's continue this. And we're currently fighting with the visuals of the water, and that is what we're going to continue with today. But it's not really as simple as that, because we also have a custom outline effect that needs to work on so many different levels with the water. I'm just gonna list a few things. So we want them to appear a different way underwater based on coloring, distortion, blur. And then we also have, on top of the water, we have reflections, which we want to have the outlines included in, and just multiple other stuff. Haven't really decided though if when it comes to reflections, do I want to include the outlines or not. I think I'm gonna make it so that both are possible, and then we can decide which one looks best. And right now we're trying to solve the problem of outlines below water, and we have it sort of fixed but not fully, and I'm gonna try and explain the parts that are not fully there yet. And I'm gonna try and see if I can explain it with a drawing. Mostly because I need to go through it in my head and make sure that every case is covered. So let's say, for instance, that we have this object here. And then we have water. In fact, I don't actually want to draw this as a 3D one. Yo, what's up, Hercules? My favorite water dev stream. Appreciate it. I don't know how much competition there is, but I appreciate it. Okay, so let's just say that this line is an outline of an object we can see, and then we have the camera. I don't know how you draw a camera like this, basically. And it looks this way. And this is an outline then. So there are three components to this outline. It's the outline itself with a color and an alpha. And then we have water behind it, and we have water in front of it. So this outline right here, so when we decide the final pixel value of this one here, we have what it's going to be affected by. We're going to start from behind and move forward. So we have first, the pixel is going to be decided by water deep, and we want to, in fact, let's do it like this. We have the outline color, O for outline. Behind it, we have water deep, and in front of it, we have water shallow. So when we decide the color of this pixel, actually this pixel, or the outline itself, is actually twofold. On the other hand, we have water shallow plus outline plus object color. This one is easy, I think, because we're gonna say object is opaque. So we just do the outline plus the opaque object, and then we add the water shallow color on top of it, or water shallow. It's gonna be, let's see here. we have a quick way to swap colors? The arrow. Oh well. This is water shallow. And then we have water deep. Okay, so when we decide the outline for this object, we have the part of the outline that overlaps the opaque object, and that's pretty much, it's pretty straightforward. We got that covered. The harder part of this one is the part of the outline that is outside of the object, but still belongs to the object. Because what we need to do there is we need to calculate the water deep color. Then we need to reconstruct the outline on top of this one, and then we actually need to add the water shallow color to it. It's a mess. So when we test this, I'm gonna give water shallow and water deep two distinct colors, so we can really show what is going on. And we're not gonna do any blurring as of now. We're just going to focus on the coloring. And let's put 127. So let's have water shallow as this bluish color. And then we have water deep as, I don't know which, let's go with pink color. Might want to go, this will work. So we can see the problem with the outlines at the edge right here now. If we remove the alpha, and let's remove the alpha of this one as well. So now we have drawn every opaque object in the scene, and we can see here that we have outlines on this opaque object, the black ones here, that is blended with the object color, and the outlines outside of the object is blended with the background color. If we add shallow water, we can see that both of the outlines gets affected by this one, and that's good. If we add the deep color, so the color that is actually behind this one, we can see that it overrides the outlines. I think it's best shown like this. So now we lose, when we have an alpha of 1 here, we lose half the outlines. What we actually want to do is we want to put this color here and then reconstruct the outlines above that one. So when we do the reconstruct, we accumulate the color behind, and if rendered color alpha is bigger than 0 and get smallest depth here is less than pixel depth, then we reconstruct the outline, and we can reconstruct it by Reconstructed outline color, we do outline color RGB, then alpha multiplied by rendered color alpha. Yeah. And then we blend the outline to this color again. So this is the background color. We accumulate a few things here. Although okay, so in this case, when we only focus on the water, we don't actually enter this one because we have a blur kernel size of 0. So right here, we just read from the texture rendered colors, sampler rendered colors, UV center default blur level. So this is whatever we have behind in the rendered color. And I don't think we have anything here right now. Base color, final color, blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. Yeah, fuck, I think we want to remove this one first of all. So we have background depth center, so the center pixel, what's the depth? Good morning, Geralt. And then we have background depth averaged, if rendered color alpha. So background depth center, then we have T water depth center, water depth averaged VS, T water depth averaged. Okay. Base color, we calculate the base color. We're probably gonna have to calculate a base color on center and a base color for averaged. So we have base color, then we do blend Phong. This one doesn't really do that much right now. But yeah, we get a color based on depth for the center pixel. The base color is used to calculate final color. And then we do here, if count is bigger than 0, which it is not right now, then we get final color blended with this. I think that's good. And then we check if we have an outline and get smallest depth is less than pixel depth. That's good. Then we reconstruct the outline. I think this should work. If it doesn't, I have no idea why. We're gonna have to do some debugging. $127. Okay, we can see here that it doesn't work, so I wonder why. Do we enter this one? Return 1. No, we don't. This one should be true. So this one fails, I guess. Pixel depth. Yes, we don't want to compare with pixel depth here, I don't think. Or do we? Oh yeah, this one definitely fails because we're underneath the water. So pixel depth is smaller than the outline one. Yes, so we're gonna have to do, which I was close to yesterday. Else if rendered color A is bigger than 0 and gets smallest depth, we're gonna cache this one. But if it's less than water depth, don't we have, yeah, okay. T water depth center, water depth averaged VS, fuck it. I want VS there. So here we're gonna do float water depth center in view space. And we do background depth center minus pixel depth. And then we put this one in here as well. So we do, I wonder if we want to do it like this. Okay, so we calculate background depth center, water depth center in view space, and T water depth center. And then we do the same, but we do averaged, and average is the outline kernel size. Okay, so this one right here, I think we're actually going to do it like this. If rendered color is bigger than 0 and get smallest depth is less than water depth center VS, then we want to blend the outline then we do reconstructed outline color. And we set color.rgb. We pretty much want to do we want to do the same thing? Yeah, maybe we do. So, okay, yeah, now we get the outline at least. Colored by whatever we have in the background here, and that's good. And if we do this, yeah, you can see we can reconstruct the outline and we color it based on whatever we have on the outside there. That's beautiful. So next issue, we reconstruct it in a good way. But 127, that's beautiful. But if we put this one at 255, so the front color, then we can see that it doesn't really affect the color here. So now we want to check if we're behind anything. So what we want to do then is we want to do if rendered color dot a is bigger than 0.0. I'm starting to see some simplifications we can do here, definitely. If get smallest depth UV center texel size outline kernel size, if this one is less than water depth averaged VS, so that means that the water is in front of all the full pixel, then we want to do color RGB is equal to blend, and we want to apply color RGB. What do we do here? We do blend, final color, yeah, we have a base color that is center. So we need to change this one to base color center. In fact, do we want to do this one now? Maybe float 4 base color average averaged, I don't know. Water shallow color, water deep color, and T water averaged. Yeah, we're gonna wait with this one. And we're gonna do accumulated color count, otherwise we just return this one. So here we're just trying to figure out the color we have behind everything else, either just a center value or based on blur kernel, it's the accumulated color divided by count. Base color, final color, do we use this one right now? No, we don't. Okay, that's good. So base color center, base color, or actually final color. Okay. So when we do this, we actually want this one to, so I guess we want to do float 4 color center is equal to blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. Here we want to blend watercolor, water color center. The fuck? Base color center, sorry. And then we want color averaged. We might wait with calculating these. We might not need them at every point. Yo, what's up, Fabic? Good morning, good morning. Okay, so water depth center VS. If this is true, then we have changed the color behind the outline. So it's this one we want to blend with here. Oh, blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. We want to blend this one. And we want this one to be behind, so we're going to put this one here and this one here. So color center, we do this. Questioning this one a tiny bit. It doesn't really matter what this one, what color this one, value this one has, because we're gonna base it on the outline alpha. Okay, and then we have, okay, so this one is for if the outline is above the water. This one if it's below. I think I want to do color float for color averaged .rgb 1 here. I think. Let's take a look at what kind of result we get from this. Not really. Or behind still works, right? That's beautiful. But front, first of all, we have the front only affecting this one right here. So why don't we affect this one here? We want the front color to affect, like, we want the background color to be behind this outline. And then we want to apply the outline to that background color, and then we want to apply this front ground color on the outline. It should be this one. This one is definitely bigger than this one, I would say. Fabig, such attention to detail. I love it. Thank you. I really needed to hear that. Yeah, I would say attention to detail is both my weakness and strength, unfortunately. I spend way too much time on details that in the end doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to the average eye, I would say. Okay, so why? One sec here. color center, color averaged. So if statement for the furthest back color, if statement for reconstructing the outline, if statement for coloring the outline. This one fails right now, I think. This one fails for this case. Oh yeah, it's this one it fails for. Because it would fully cover this one right here. Just like it does with this one. Color average, I think it's this one. Let's see, return 1. Okay, this one doesn't succeed for anything currently. That's good to know. And get smallest depth, UV center textile size, outline kernel size is less than water depth averaged VS. Background depth averaged pixel depth. Ah. If this one is deeper than this, no. Let's see. What we actually want to measure here, I think, is pretty sure it's not, or is it? Yeah, it is. Not, we don't want this one, but we want this. If the smallest depth, if all of them are less than, or bigger than, I mean, not water depth averaged, but fuck, is it pixel depth? Yes, it is. Beautiful. Color average RGB or no. This is what we want to do. This one controls the alpha. Okay, we're losing the outline color here. That's not good. Why the fuck are we losing the outline color? Color averaged. Float 4. Ba, 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 ba. Why are we just doing RGB here? We're still losing. Oh. One sec. Why did we lose? This one works, but we lost the outline here for some reason. So this one. Is it because this one overrides it now? Or actually, this one is the reconstruct. We want this one to override. Or this one, the one I commented now, it handles the reconstruction. Above the water surface. One sec. Okay, this one actually. What the fuck? Okay, this works. But when we add this one, whatever we do here gets overridden. Okay. If rendered color A is bigger than 0 and gets smallest depth value is bigger than pixel depth, then we want to put color averaged we want to put this one on top of this one. One sec, doesn't this one do anything currently? Yeah, I think it does something, but when we have this one, yes. So here. What the fuck? Okay, am I losing my mind? Fire and Bear, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. In fact, when I went through this one from start to finish, slowly, every step, it made so much sense. But why did we end up with... Why the hell did we end up with something that doesn't even... It doesn't do anything? If we only have that one, then we get the wrong here. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? You're correct. You're correct with that song reference. Yeah. This one works the best. We're gonna continue with this one. Water depth center. Yeah, this one doesn't take the water into account, but this one does. Okay. This one takes the outlines here into account, but it draws over them. The blend isn't... the blend sucks, basically. Which I find to be a little bit strange, since we're doing pixel depth. We're doing... Yo, what's up, you Levy? And welcome back to the stream. Okay, so this one, once again, I'm just gonna do this so it can be highlighted that the if statement here sorts out. We only get the pixels we want to work with, right? And we want to override the pixel, or we want to blend the color averaged with color, much like this, like we do here on the one that is on the object. But for some reason we lose these. Why? Render color A gets smallest depth is bigger than pixel depth. What the hell do we do here? Color, like, look at this, color.rgb. It should have reconstructed outlines as part of it. Oh. Color averaged. Let's take a quick look at this one. Utility blend. Source alpha 1 minus source alpha times RGBA. Do we only want to do RGB here? Source destination. Yeah, what the color averaged, base color average. This one should have a alpha of one of these, or a interpolation of these two. Color here should have an alpha of 1, I think. Or no. Actually, of the outline. No, I don't think we don't care if it's the RGB. The only reason I can see, let's see here, we just set return color. Whoa. This one doesn't contain the reconstructed outlines for some reason. Interesting. What am I missing here? If we put this one on top. Okay, so when we do this, the reconstructed, base color averaged. This one has this one has I'm wondering what the alpha value for this one is. We blend here. I wonder if I just want to take blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. Let's say that this one has 0.7, 0.7, 0.3, and then we have 0.7 here. So we get, I think this calculation is wrong. 0.7 times 0.7. So we have an alpha value of 0.49 here, and in this case we get, what did I say? Oh, so 0.3 here, and this one had, doesn't matter. So yeah, the alpha value is gonna get fucked. I wonder if, when we do blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha, do we want the alpha, the exit alpha to be 1? Or not in this case though. I just want to see what happens if we do this. Yo, what's up, Derek? I'm so deep into these thoughts, so I don't even remember if I already said what's up, Derek, or not, but what's the harm in saying it twice? So with this now, color average should have base color averaged alpha here. So we use that alpha. I don't get it. Yeah, and then we do this. There we go. That's how we want it, right? Okay, so I think the coloring is correct now. The only problem is we haven't really tried it with the blur just yet. So we can show it like this. We do an alpha of 0 for all of them. So yeah, we have a transparent object here. It's not visible right now. And then we add, let's see how the outlines handle. So this transparent object, we have a color which we use for when it's deep. So we can do it like this. We're going to show it in play mode soon. So we can see here that the outlines that are outside of the object, we get a new blend on them. They blend against this new background color, right? That's beautiful. And then we can add the foreground color. I thought, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, of course we can't see it. There we go. And then we can add this new foreground color. Although it looks a little bit too dark here. We're only at 221 alpha. And we're at maximum already. Well, whatever. That doesn't make much sense to me. It feels like we have but yeah, never mind. I think I know why. Or do I? So if we remove the background color and we just do the foreground color. It feels like it's a little bit too strong. The alpha here, there's something wrong with the alpha. Definitely has to do with this one. Color averaged. No. Color center, I think. Or no, color averaged. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. I want to add a little bit of a note here for future me. Maybe, just maybe, the alpha blend here resulting in a slightly too aggressive alpha. I wonder if I will understand this in a couple of days or whatnot, but yeah, so we can skip this one. Okay, I think. Okay, I want to see what happens now if we start adding blur to this shit. So let's go 127, 127. Yeah, let's see. Let's add some blur to this. 8. Don't like the look of that. Remove. Remove. Yeah, the blur is fucked. But I think the blur is fucked because of this one. This looks like I want it to look. So we have no blur, and then we go more and more blur based on depth. We need to double check against something else here. We don't want to get yeah, that's rough. But before we do that, I'm gonna play here because I want to show what happens with the down here. I thought, where the hell? Yeah, we want to do this. Down here we have a little bit of a bed. I want to see what happens with that bed. With the color here. Yo, what's up, Love? Good morning and congrats on stream 150. Thank you, appreciate it. And too many more. Okay, so let's see what happens when we blur this. Yeah, so this is what we want to avoid. The outline here. We want to blur the outline, the full outline. We don't want the bed to spill over in here. And yeah, there's just a lot of wrongs here, definitely. So let's take a look at the blur. This is the blur we have. What do we decide the blur on currently? Get smallest depth if this one is bigger than pixel depth. Then we blur and we do it texture color, accumulate blend. Oh, it's this blend that might let's see. We're gonna start by doing but we don't want to compare with pixel depth. We want to compare with get smallest depth here. I wonder. I wonder if we want to compare it to water depth center. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't want to do the blend already here. Right now, here we just want to do a blur filter on the rendered image, but we want to do, let's take a look here. So for when we blend this pixel, we don't want to include these ones because this one is way deeper. Or so the depth of this one. Yeah, what the fuck? I think we can do this the original way. So I think when we get one, we want to get smallest depth like this, definitely. And if this one is bigger, no. Ooh, this one is hard, I think. It almost feels like we're pretty much sorta implementing a depth of field right now. So when we blur this one, we don't want this one to spread over here. That would look real ugly, I think. But when we blur this one, we want this one spread. Okay, so if we do this one, we only want to take bigger values. Smaller values, I mean. Fuck, is that true? Yeah, we want to take this one. We want to get the depth of it. We want to get the smallest depth of it. Let's see here. Let's do T water depth average. Beautiful. And I'm just going to add one of these right now. We do this a lot of times, so we're at a lot of places, so we can probably simplify it later on. Depth average. I want to average. We use averaged here, but I'm probably going to rename these to average. So depth average is equal to get, it's not really average though, so we need to rename it even more, but get smallest depth, UV center, textile size, and outline kernel size, depth average. And if this one is bigger than or smaller than this one, is that when we want to not really. At least yeah, at least we want to do a double we want to do an additional check as well, but at least we're not getting white intruding on this one here, so that's good. This is pretty much the worst one I've seen so far. Or I guess we want to introduce a threshold, so we want to include it in the averaging if it's within a threshold. So yeah, let's try and do that. Water blur, default blur level, kernel size, size bound, depth bound. So then we do water blur depth threshold. I don't know. And then instead we do minus, and we do abs, and while this one is within the threshold. I think I like this. Fuck, that looks beautiful. What the hell? That's 12. Jesus, is this a depth of field effect pretty much? We want to introduce distance from camera as well, which we pretty much have. But okay, so we still have some small issues here. And I have no idea about these. What exactly is happening at these points right here? I get it, sorta. Yeah, we need to do... Yeah, the problem is with the outlines. When we're on the outlines, let's see here. This outline right here, this one gets blurred in the correct way, I think. Pretty damn cool. But what's the deal with this one? I think it has to do when we reconstruct the outlines. That's when this gets screwed up. We don't really reconstruct the outlines at this point, and that's why it's fine here. Although I want to check one thing. I think it's fine here because we don't reconstruct the outline here. We don't do this. Okay, so it's the reconstruction of the outline that is the case for this bug or artifact, I mean. What can we do about that? Because if we don't do this, then we blur the outline like this, but we actually want to blur it the other way as well here. Or do we? In fact, now when I think about it, this one should blur over on this one. Definitely. This one shouldn't go to this one, but this one should go to this one. Right? So maybe skip the abs here. Then we get the other way around. I just think it looks like rough. Yes, get smallest depth. Do we want to go? Fuck, do we want to go? Ooh, this is gonna suck. Do we want to go kernel size here? Am I gonna crash something now? This one shouldn't take this one into account, which it doesn't, but this one should take this one into account, which it doesn't really do. This blur looks so damn good. This one not so much. A little bit more what I want, but not perfect. What do we do? What do we do? Oh. Average. Util filters. Get smallest depth. Outline kernel size is bigger than pixel depth. That's just how we did it previously. Pixel depth. Get smallest depth. Outline kernel size. And here we just, previously we just did pixel depth here. What the fuck, is this what I want? Maybe it is. This looks pretty damn rough though. This is what we want here, not this. Mm-hmm. This one decides T water depth average. Is this one the one we want to see? T water depth center. No. T water depth average decides the blur kernel size. Oh, maybe this one. Yeah, the reconstruction really fucks this up, unfortunately. Yeah, we need to keep track of... Actually, we're not even reconstructing right now. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning. How is the fluid solution going? The fluid solver is pretty much on hold right now. I think it's in a acceptable state. But as to the fluid visuals, that's what we're working on right now, getting the outlines to work properly with the fluid. Okay, so I wonder if the blur here, I think the blur is okay. Oh yeah, we need those. I think the blur is okay. But yeah, I think so. But the outlines are not. What happened with the outlines? Yo, what's up, Harukanan? Yeah, that's the best solution, I would say. Okay, there we have them. Fuck me. So we want to blur. Maybe. We want to blur outlines and then we want to reconstruct them. Rendered color A. Yes. Reconstruct outline color. I'm wondering. Almost. Closest one yet. Fuck, is this good enough? Is this good enough? I'm wondering. Although what I don't like about it is that we don't alter the color behind here. I don't think. I guess we're gonna have to look into that, but what the fuck? Almost. Almost. No. Oh, so goddamn close right now. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Rendered color A is bigger than 0. We have an outline. Get smallest depth. Water depth center VS. Is that actually what we want to compare to? Maybe not. Oh, pixel depth. So damn close here. I don't get it. I don't get it. And first of all, I think let's move that one back and let's go to color center. I think we want color averaged here. I'm questioning this. Oh, one sec. What have I done now? Harukaran getting the same two ads every time now. AMD and Celsius. The Celsius one I haven't seen, but I guess the AMD one is that one about the AI powered computer. A little bit tired of that one. What the hell did I mess up this time around to get a result like this? What have I fucked up? Is it this one? What did we have here before? Color center. Harukaran AMD is crap. I don't know. I have no experience with AMD. Crap. Maybe. I'm gonna take a word for it. As to the second part, energy drinks. I love them. I love the taste of them, but I know they aren't that good for me. Oh, is this the... Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Color center, color averaged, color. Yes. What the fuck? Fabic, try Irish coffee. This will get you going. What's the difference between Irish coffee and regular coffee? The strength, I suppose. How to cut on my kid pours them in like it is water. Yeah, that is nicht gut. Fabic, what the fuck? Yes, I know what Irish coffee is. Coffee with vodka. I don't know why I didn't remember it, and I love it. Love the switching of chats, Harukanan. Okay, so Irish coffee with vodka, so I guess Irish water. Okay, I thought Irish water was referring to vodka. But I guess it would be more, what is it, bourbon? Bourbon whiskey? Scotch? I don't know, bourbon. No, I never seem to remember which one is which. Okay, what did I screw up to get the result we're getting right now? Because it's weird. I guess it's... Yeah, I know what it is. When we do... color here... Yeah, when we do the blend here, we get... Or I don't know what it is. I wonder if it's this one. Okay, this one returns false, this one returns false. Yeah, we never blend with the actual color. So I guess... Yeah, this one should be true. Color averaged. Rendered color is greater than 0. Yes, when it gets to this one, fuck. Okay, now we're back on track. I'm pretty damn sure. Okay, great. 127 seems a little bit... Well, okay, I think we have it. Except for this one. What the hell is happening here? Okay, we don't have it. The fuck? The reconstruction of the outline here sucks. Like, we have a good blur, I think. I wonder though if... I do get the feeling that we're affecting the outside more than the inside, but... maybe it's not that important. And also this one. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. This one helps a bit, but not that much, honestly. So when we blur, we read a lot of values in a kernel or a square, and then we just take the average color. Accumulated color here should include... oh, yeah. Accumulated color here should include the outlines. So if it's an outline, we have an alpha value that is bigger than 0. And we just go on alpha value right now because we want to reconstruct it later on. So accumulated color here should have the outline blurred as well. And then we pretty much just want to, like, let's do this. Return color. Why isn't... Why does it seem like the outline is not getting the proper blurring here? This one just checks so that we are under the surface, which is true for, which should be true for all of these. Here it seems to work, right? That's a good blur, that's a good blur. Ah, I think I know. I think I know. This is a good blur. Ish. Okay, so back to this one. I think blur kernel size. The problem is when we decide the kernel size here. Yes. Thank you, Fabic. Yeah, I think it looks nice, but it's right at the edge of being perfect, I would say. Or acceptable. Blur kernel size. When we decide the blur kernel size, this one has a smaller kernel size than this one. And that's the problem we have. We want to decide the kernel size of we want the kernel size to be decided by, we do T-water depth averaged here. So this one and this one and this one should have the same. Yeah, and that's why we don't want to include. If this is true and Fabi, it's hard to see the difference on stream, at least for me, but I'm on a tablet. But what I'm seeing is so nice. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sitting like 1 decimeter from a 27-inch screen, so I can definitely see it. But yeah, we're soon there, I think. And Harukanen, but size does not matter. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does. Okay, I just need to, let's see here. I need to run AFK real quick. But yes, okay, so what I'm trying to implement here is I'm trying to implement a blur. It's pretty much going to be a depth of field effect-ish, but we want the outlines included, and we want to use it to, like, depending on water quality, the deeper down you see, the more blurred the vision gets. Ish. That's what I'm working with. And so the issue we're seeing here, the artifacts, are from the fact that when we calculate the kernel size of the blurring, we have a little bit of a mismatch here between an object close to the camera and an object far away from the camera. And that's what we need to fix. But before we do that, I need to run AFK real quick. So brb. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see if we can get rid of this artifact. So, for this one, we want to take a smaller one For this one, we want to take a bigger one, but we don't want to take this into account. Fuck, are we gonna have to calculate? Maybe not. I'm wondering, the threshold solution should give us what we want. We definitely want an and here. We want to check get smallest depth. Yeah, first of all, I don't want, when we blur this one, I don't want to take this one into account. I don't think so. So yeah, we want to do this one again. Yes, I know we're doing this method call multiple times, which we're gonna get rid of that soon. But if this one minus, why don't we get an error here? Okay, it's bigger than 1 minus, I don't know. So we get depth. We want to check if it's part of an outline. If this depth is smaller, or if this one is bigger, then depth. Okay. No, not depth. Oh, what am I doing? If this one is small and if this one is bigger than, pretty much what I want to do is depth. I think float depth center. Not really, but I'm liking what we're seeing here. missing? It should be, if get smallest depth is bigger than, fuck, I think it is depth we want to do. But then we just get this. What the hell? If the smallest depth here is less than depth, so if we take this pixel here, we check if it's below surface level, and then we check if the smallest depth in the outline kernel here, if that one is less than the depth of the pixel we're going to compare to. So if we take this one, it should be true. But why are we getting this big of a... very big area, it seems like. But this one definitely does not affect this one. That's good. If we do true, then we get something like this. I don't know why we're going this big though. So if we take get smallest depth, it should be pretty damn big. So it should definitely be bigger than this one. We shouldn't be getting... If this one is... Yeah, if this one is smaller than this one. Why doesn't this one work in this case? Yeah, there's like no way, or is there? Yes, okay, I get it, I think. Fuck, no, I don't. Why is this one getting grayed out? Like, why is this pixel taking this one into account? Or actually, yeah, the blur size is pretty damn big for this one. But when we get to this one, we should be checking. Like, this one has a smaller depth value than any pixel within this one. So this one has a smaller depth value than any pixel here. So this one is smaller than this one. So we shouldn't be getting this one. Can we even do this? No, that's a bad check. Such a great fucking blur here. Not so great. Fabric, is that a Minecraft reference? Creature collecting game 1 block challenge. But getting this blur to work with multiple different levels or depth of water and stuff like that. Yeah, it boggles my mind. It's almost like, it feels like the movie Inception. Like there's just layer on top of layer on top of layer, and I don't know which one to calculate first and then which one to blend first and so on. Like I'm a little bit afraid that we might get some problems with the coloring later on, even if we get this one to work. Yeah, blur kernel size, T water depth average. Oh, not kernel size. Kernel size. Okay, blur kernel size. This makes so much sense. But when we do this one, okay, we have a very big kernel here. We shouldn't take these into account. I don't know why we do. Or it definitely looks like we do. This one here, no way that it should be gray. No fucking way. Thank you. Rough, but better. Ah, that's a good blur. That's a good blur. If we compare to this one, oh, it's a good blur. Okay. Yeah, I think we can work with this one. We do 15. Looks a little bit too dark here, I would say. Don't know. 4, 2, 1. Maybe it's a better option to do minus depth is, what did we say, bigger than some threshold. Not really. One sec. Are we getting this result here? If this one is less than or minus depth, no. Smaller than, right? Okay, closer and closer, I think. But no, actually, wonder, do I wanna, is this something I wanna keep? I don't know. I think this is the blur we're looking for. Ait Fabic, appreciate the lurk. 3, 2. And I'm pretty sure this is the blur we want. I'm pretty sure. Now it's up to, now we need to check how it works with, so if we do a blur of 0 and we do this one, it looks good. Does it? I think so. Although, I don't know about this one. Yeah, this one definitely looks a little bit more pink than it should. And is that because we do color A here instead of rendered color A? Okay, it's not because of that. Color center. This one gets way too much influence. Why? Why? Oh, yeah, it's because of this one, yes. Didn't we have or? Yeah, the blend for this one compared to this one does not work. Previously we did this. Is it the cause of it? Oh, that doesn't matter. And this is very much related to this one. Hmm. Okay, color center is way too bright. And we do blend alpha 1 minus source alpha, color center. Water shallow color, water deep color, T water depth center. Hmm. Why is it? Oh. Yes, of course, we need to blend it with. But we blend it here. Do we blend it twice? No. Ah, is it because we're doing this twice? No. This one is already too strong here. I'm starting to think that we're doing. Oops. Now it's more like it. So, do we change color center here? Or rather, I wonder if it's because we add this one later on as well. If this is 2, we add color average. Return color center, return color averaged. Oops. Color averaged and color center is the same for these ones. But here we blend it. Oh. Here we blend it with color again. Oh, color average is already blended with color. What the fuck? Whoa, one sec. This should be color, right? Is that the problem I did? And then no, it shouldn't be color, it should be okay. We have some problem with the mixing here, that's for sure. It should be, so color averaged. So basically what we're doing here is we want to wait with this one. We want to do base color average here, I think. Fuck yeah. Beautiful. Still not entirely sure about this one here, but it should be okay. Okay, great. So, bam, this one is done now. So we did a double blend, which resulted in a not so nice artifact. Okay, let's see what kind of result we have now with color centered. We only use this one here, right? So although I wonder. What do we want to do with this? We can wait with that one, I think. It doesn't look too good, but it's okay. Now I wonder if we can do something like this. And rendered color.a is less than 0.2, whatnot. What is the check I want here? We have a little bit of a problem with where we have an alpha that is basically so the problem we get here is that the alpha, we pretty much don't have any outline here. We have a very small outline alpha. And it becomes so small that when we add this water, it looks it's too bright. Is that because yeah, maybe this is a better result. What's up, Scafer? Hey, Unity can live reload shaders now. I thought they have always been able to. Or let's put it this way, I've never worked with any shaders that haven't been live reloads. So This little problem here annoys me, but I wonder... Yeah, we definitely only want to add this if... Like, we could, I guess we could do... rendered color A is less than 2. Or less than 1. Oops. Rendered color A is less than 0.1, or rendered color dot A is bigger than 0.3. There's like some threshold here we should get rid of. I have no idea. Maybe 2 to make it look real nice. Actually, if it's equal to 0 or bigger than 0.2. Yes, something like this. But then we get this. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, that's definitely not what we want to do. But it's a weird... Actually... That doesn't look too good, does it? No, the fix we added previously, it was pretty much, it only works up here, but not down here. Skafer, haven't used Unity in a while, learning Godot. How's that going for you? Like, how do you enjoy Godot more than you did Unity so far? Because like after all the Unity drama, I'm like 1 foot off the ship, you know, but I do love Unity too much, so I don't want to jump if I really don't have to. What is the problem I'm seeing here? Now I'm... this is one of those details that I think we can do without, right? Like, I don't really need to care about those right now. Or do I? What the fuck? It's apparent as hell, isn't it? And this is one of the most annoying things I've done, I think, shader-wise. Let's lower this one a bit, and let's see how the blurring destroys everything. Alright. Let's bring everything down to this, and let's blur this. Let's go with 4, maybe 8. What? 1 sec. I thought we had this taken care of. So what the hell? Why is this back now? Did I do some change? Yes, here. We want to do... I think we want to do color.a here. Color.a. There we go. Now we're back. Roughly where we want it. We have an outline getting blurred here. Quite big, actually. 4. This looks sorta okay, but not totally okay. And okay, let's see what happens when we add background color and front color. Scapher, it's an okay-ish experience, but Godot has many problems of being a large piece of open source software. Like many bugs and problems which you won't notice in the beginning and not finished parts of the engine. That's too bad. Like, the gold standard of open source software should be like Blender, and I'm 100% sure that Godot could get to that level eventually. But like, I've dabbled in Godot, but it's been a while now, and my experience, it's just, if I were to do a small project, like a small game with not too many custom things, I would probably go with Godot. But for this project, I'm doing so many weird things, I don't even know where to begin in Godot with it. But okay, let's see, ooh, look at this. Okay, that's a way better result than I anticipated. And if we do this, I think I'm happy with this one so far. Blur 127, blur 127. Oh, ooh, yeah, we have. I can see a few. I can see a few artifacts. Fuck, did I crash this now? Oh no. Fuck me. Okay, are we still live? Yeah, I'm real sorry about that. I unfortunately did the same issue I did a few days ago, where I put the kernel size to 112 instead of 12. Almost fucked everything up. Jesus. Scafer, you're still alive. Okay, good. Yeah, Blender is great, but it has many sponsors. Oh yeah, definitely it does. But I mean, Blender was where Godot was once upon a time, right? Okay, I think everything is live, both on YouTube as well. And I personally think that Godot has a bit of disrupted development between what the authors want and what the community wants. Okay, anything specific you think about? Like, all of this information is great, since like I do want to make a small project in Godot in the future. Okay, so now I definitely want to limit this one, and I fucked up. It was kernel size bounds I fucked up. We're gonna do this. We're gonna comment both of these out. So everything kernel related, and hopefully open Unity again without a crash. I need to be way more careful when we do heavy calculations on the GPU like this. Plane. Okay. And then let's hide this one. And oops, let's uncomment these two. Look at this one. So we had a kernel of between 0 and 112. Jesus. It's a wonder. Like, I'm impressed that nothing crashed. Okay, 12. Then there we go. And then we do... show this one again. Okay. But the bottom line being that it sorta works and sorta not. Why is this one so much darker than this one? But the blur works wonderful. That's nice. Okay, if I remember when I was trying threads in Godot, it froze my computer because I did something bad in the code. Yeah, sometimes shit like that happens. Like, the two biggest things I do that are dangerous like that is kernels on the GPU and recursive functions on the CPU. When we do recursive functions in Unity, luckily just Unity crashes, so that's good. But when you do like kernel, like when you do stuff on the GPU that needs a lot of memory, it usually just grabs it, and my streaming software is using that memory. So if I do something wrong concerning the GPU memory or graphics memory, worst case scenario, my stream goes offline, and that sucks. But okay, I remember before we crashed, we actually had something that was working, but now we don't again, and I wonder why. It's a good test to see if your game is streamable. That's true, CoolRSK. That is true. Streamer safe, so to speak. But what the fuck? I just finished this issue. Why are we still having it? Sad. Oh, never mind. I know why. Because what we're seeing behind here is actually the sky. That's why we're getting this blend. That's why we're getting a blend that looks like this. Yes. Ah, beautiful. I think everything works. It works with blurring as well. Let's play it. Fucking finally. Like, honestly, when I started streaming today, I had no idea if we would be able to fix something that looked remotely like what we were seeing here. Of course, we still have this. We have a tiny little bit of a problem here, but it's not too bad, I would say. Especially since the idea is that this one is a little bit rough still. But it's not going to be that big of a problem since we're going to do 125. It's going to look, at least for the water, it's going to look something like this. And I think that's fine. We can do this. 5, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, look at this. Wow. So the further down we get in the water, the less transparency we have, and the more we blur. So you can see we still have this tiny little bit of problem here. Probably gonna leave this as acceptable for now and just add this to a separate issue. But I love that we can see the bed here. We can do it like this or this. Look at this. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, and the performance is pretty damn rough, definitely. But that's okay. I think we have one big... Can I pick this one up? I definitely want to try that, but we have one big improvement we can make here. What is it I can pick up here? I have no idea. Okay, my socks, I guess. For some reason. But yeah, I love these visuals. And hopefully with look at this. But before we continue now, I just need to run AFK real quick again, so brr. Okay, back, sorry about that. The cool thing with this, I need to think real quick. I want to continue with the water, but we pretty much have a nice depth of field effect here. Unfortunately, let's see. Let's see. We have implement custom depth of field post-processing effect that works with outlines. I'm wondering if we should just pivot real quick, get this one resolved before we continue with the water. I just need to think. Do we have anything here? I think we can get this in place real quick. I wonder, however, how will this work with transparent objects if we do it? Now we're gonna have to split. We're gonna have to split the outlines before we do this one, unfortunately. And I've been thinking about wanting to split the outlines for a while now. And by splitting the outlines, I mean rendering the outlines to its own texture initially. So right now we just render them to the output image, which means that we need to do a lot of weird stuff in the transparent shader. The question is, before I commit to this task right now, is it too big of a pivot, or is it a manageable pivot? Do I have a issue? Research possibility to render transparent objects over outlines without custom render feature. Yeah, definitely. One sec, we're gonna add research possibility and research possibility. Look at this, by the way. I think this looks great. Look at this. Research the possibility and pros of splitting outlines into its own texture. So into its own texture. Research if it's possible and to render outlines to a separate texture before blending them with the color texture. Therefore, being able to pack more data to the texture which can be used to simplify and improve future blends. Yeah. So for instance, one thing that will definitely be, so what we do here, we get smallest depth. The only reason we do this one, we can actually improve this quite a lot here, or simplify it. The only reason we do this here is because, like, what it pretty much comes down to like the outlines or this is pretty much what we do here is we pretty much take a pixel that is part of an outline and we set the depth of it to be equal to the neighbor that is closest to the camera. So it's just to make sure that an outline pixel has the correct depth value. And this is something we can pack into the outline texture, so we don't need to do this additional kernel. So this is basically we're averaging the pixels within the outline kernel. So right now with the size of our outlines, it's a 3x3 kernel, which is done for multiple times, to say the least. But okay, so let's see here. Get smallest depth. Here we do it by UV center. Yeah, we do it 1, 2, 3, 4. So depth average. We can take this one and we can take put it there. We can take it and put it here, right? So if we take fuck, we do it here as well. I think the compiler had already optimized that quite a lot for us. Get smallest depth. So now we have it there. This one uses UV, which we calculate in here. So we need that one. Do we use depth? Yes, we do. This is depth for UV, so this we need. T. We only use T here. Blend color, we don't use that one here. Yeah, this we don't do anymore. I wonder though. Oops. Okay. Yeah, but so if we would be to do this one, then we would not have to do this here. So we wouldn't have a kernel inside of a kernel, and that is going to improve the performance tremendously. And we wouldn't need to do it here as well. Render scene color effect. So this is where we create the outline. Camera color target. I wonder how complicated things would be. So the only thing we would need to do is we would do camera color target. So we would only have one blit here. We would have camera color target. And here we would have the outline texture. I do want to try it. So we would only need one blit here, but eventually we would need to do an additional blit where we take the final result and we add it to the output. The best thing with this one is that we would never need to. I think it would simplify so many things. Unfortunately, it would result in having to read I wonder what's like if we put it in its own texture, we're pretty much gonna duplicate the number of texture reads we do. So if we jump to water here, we're not gonna be able to just read we're not only gonna be able to do this, we're gonna have to read the outlines texture as well. So we duplicate the number of texture reads here, but we remove the kernel within a kernel and this kernel here. Or actually we just do this once per pixel. Yeah, I definitely want to try it, and I think, yeah, before we continue with the water, that's what we're gonna do. So what's the easiest way to go about this? We're gonna take Rendering, render features. We're going to take outlines data generation, and then we have render scene color effect. We're going to duplicate this one and name it outlines texture generation. I wanted to add outlines texture generation. Camera color target we definitely want. Temporary buffer handler render color targets. Handler rendered colors. So this one, we're gonna do, rename it outlines target handle. Outlines. Remove temporary buffer. On camera setup, we do this. On configure, temporary texture descriptor, we don't really care about this one. We do care about this one, however. Use MIP map true, auto generate MIPS false. We're gonna do it here. ARGB 32 might be a little bit too heavy right now, but whatever. Get temporary RT, outlines target handle. This one we want to rename. Outlines texture descriptor. Point, yes. So when we execute, if we don't have an effect material, we just return, do this, and the only thing we're gonna do here then is fuck, do we even need to do blit here? We could probably do without blit and just jump to outlines data generation. Unity render to texture with material. Or render feature write to texture with material. I'm wondering if we can do this without Blit. Because we don't need the source texture, we basically just want an empty texture. What do we have? Methods, Blit, configure. Fuck it, we're gonna do it with a Blit right now, even though it's unnecessary. So we're just gonna do, let's do it like this, Blit, and here we're gonna do, actually let's do it like this. Blit camera color target to outlines target handle identifier, and here we want to add the material. So settings dot effect material, but we can rename this one soon. I want to rename it now. So we take this one and put it in here using this one, but this outlines material is just going to render. It's not going to take this one into account at all. So outlines texture generator. Now I just want to take our outlines shader and create a new variant of it, which doesn't blend, just outputs. Outlines for texture. We already do opaque and geometry here, so that's pretty nice. Everything should be the same. So here we return final color blend RGB and outline alpha here. What I want to return instead is we don't care about RGB for now. One sec. So we're just going to return outline in the red channel, and in the blue channel we're going to return depth. The fuck? Pixel. I want to go to wherever we sample scene depth, UV, new value depth. If new value depth is bigger than this one, and sample scene depth, it's a value between 0 and 1, and I don't know if sample scene depth, let's do, I want to try sample scene depth. So the closer to the camera something is, the bigger it is. So it's the opposite of what we want, I guess. So I want to save the biggest value here in the kernel, and that's good. That's good. So outlines for texture, new value depth. If this one is bigger than pixel depth max, then we set pixel depth max. Beautiful. So I think we can take this one and add it here. Pixel depth max. And then we can add 0, 0. So we have two additional channels we can use for data, or if we don't need them, we can just change this one to we can switch the texture to be a single channel 16-bit float, and then we pack two 8-bit floats into the 16-bit just to optimize it. So either more data or we reduce the size of the texture. So win however we do it. Okay, so and it's this one, pixel depth max, which that's the one we want to use instead of doing this or doing pixel depth we want. The question is, we would probably be better off, instead of doing this, instead of doing pixel depth in but we do want it linear. That's true. Yes, we're probably gonna have to do this here. Whoa, background depth center. We already do this here as well, so we can clean this one up a bit. background depth center. Depth center, do we use this one? Okay, so now we have packed everything into a texture that is called outlines. I think now I want to test to use that one instead of now I want to utilize that texture instead of this solution. So we're gonna exit here. Actually, I also want to take do outlines custom material. So outline custom material, and we're gonna do for texture. So outlines custom material for texture. I want it to be after this one. That we need to change as well. Outlines for texture. There we go. And then I want to do forward render, add render feature, outlines texture generation. We're just gonna disable that one for now, move it up. We're gonna put it here. So what I want to do then is I want to disable this one and enable this one and see what we get. So what I know is that after this one has run, we have a global shader variable. Actually, we don't, not yet. Outlines text. Oh, yeah, we do. We have outlines here. Which we can access. So what I want to do now is I want to jump to terrain experimental water. Is that what we're working with? Procedural water, terrain material, terrain procedural water. Yeah, I think we're gonna delete this one. And then right now I'm just gonna do terrain procedural water 2. Terrain procedural water 2. Procedural water terrain 2. Okay, so that's the new one. We can work with rendered colors here, or actually we can't. We're gonna have to switch this one out to opaque texture. I think it's opaque, camera opaque texture. So we have those, and then we blur variables. Terrain data textures. Yeah, let's just add scene textures. And then we also do texture 2D outlines. Like this. And first of all, I should have done a rename here on this one, but camera opaque texture, and then we do what was it called, rendered colors, and let's replace with okay, fragment. Okay, what I want to do first of all, because I really want to try this one real quick, is actually, let's take this plane, the water plane, we duplicate it, let's rename it as well, water plane, water plane 2. And then we hide this one and show this one. Okay, it looks a little bit weirder already, I think. Waterplane 2, yes. And what I want to do first of all here is float 4 outline. And then let's just return outlines.r. I think that was the outline color, right? Okay, we might want to wait with this one until we have UV center defined. Outline.r. Yeah, okay, so it's fully gray right now because we haven't changed. We're still using the old outlines, so we disable this one, we don't have any outlines. We enable this one and we get this. That's not what I want. Outlines. Outlines for texture. Outline. Okay, what if we return green channel here? Okay. What am I missing? We're not getting any data whatsoever from this one currently. Maybe I know. If we go to forward render and open this one up, settings, no material, okay. Outlines, custom material for texture. What about now? There we go. Okay, so that's the depth. Okay. And if we do this, that's the outlines. Beautiful. Although, yeah, we don't really have we don't do alpha just yet, or do we? Okay, but that's the first step. So now we only show the outlines here. I'm a little bit worried about this one, though. Yeah, we don't have that thick outlines over here. Okay, but this looks good. Although I wonder. Yeah, the blending is going to be the hard part later on. But maybe not. I really hope, like, okay, let's put it this way. I definitely want to explore this solution because I think it can lead to it will grow the tool set. It will become, we can do a lot more stuff if we split them up early on. So I'm talking depth of field, bloom, the transparency we have, blur, whatever. But most of all, it's going to be more optimized because we're not gonna need to do as many filterings as we currently do. So I definitely want to explore this and see if it's even possible. But I'm also okay with, like, we have a fallback that works now. So yeah, I'm very happy with today's progress. Tomorrow we're hopefully going to reach, like, continue experimenting with this one and hopefully come to a conclusion. But now I have to leave. So that's what's on tomorrow's schedule. Thank you, Luva. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, have a great rest of the day. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Peace.